Board of Trustees regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 21st, 2021. It is exactly 6 p.m. This is the district offices. This is the boardroom on Market Street. And of course, the very first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. And tonight I'm going to ask our CTA president, Dr. Rhonda Tabish, she will please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now, due to continued COVID-19 and resolution number 02-21/22, only a limited number of members of the public, along with the Board of Trustees, will be allowed in person and must provide evidence of fully vaccinated status or evidence of a negative COVID-19 test result for unvaccinated status within 48 hours of attendance. Public access to the in-person meeting will begin 30 minutes prior to the start of the meeting. In order to accommodate public participation, a continued virtual link will be provided via live streaming on RCC's YouTube channel, as noted. Submission of public comments, and we do have some. Number one, anyone who wishes to make a presentation to the board on an agenda item in person is requested to complete a request to address the Board of Trustees card available from the Public Affairs Officer. However, the board chairperson will invite comments on specific agenda items during the meeting before final votes are taken. Please make sure that the secretary of the board has the correct spelling of your name and address to maintain proper records. Comments should be limited to 5 minutes or less. This time limit will be doubled for members of the public utilizing a translator to ensure the non-English speaker receives the same opportunity to directly address the board unless simultaneous translation equipment is used. Number two, members of the public may also join the meeting virtually through Zoom to directly voice their comments to the board. Visit the Board of Trustees page on the RCCD website and complete the form to speak. A link to join the meeting will automatically be sent to you, and I will ask later on if there's anybody virtually that wants to speak. Number three, written public comments may be sent to written public comments, which will be read during the public comment portion of the meeting. Submissions by email must be received prior to 4 p.m. the day of the meeting to be included. And at the 4 p.m. today, we did have six comment submissions, and I've distributed them amongst my fellow colleagues. So each one of us will be reading one of them. Anyone who requires a disability-related modification or accommodation in order to participate in any meeting should contact the Chancellor's office and speak to an executive administrative assistant as far in advance of the meeting as possible, and it's not been notified me that anybody did. Any public records relating to an open session agenda item that is distributed within 72 hours prior to the meeting is available for public inspection at the Riverside Community College District Chancellor's Office on 3rd floor during regular business hours or online. Those are all of the advisements that we need to make in order to proceed with our meeting tonight. And so that brings us to comments from the public. And under comments to the public, board invites comments from the public regarding any matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Trustees pursuant to the Ralph M. Brown Act. The board cannot address or respond to comments made under public comment. And that's because the item would not have been agendized. So that's part of it. If the item is agendized, then obviously you will hear some comments later on this evening. So with that said, there are 6 actual comments that have been distributed, and we'll start this way and go around. So Trustee Blumenthal has the first one, and I will be the timekeeper because some of them are long, and I think they do go over the 5-minute limit. So I will let you know at 1 minute, and then I'll let you know when you're done. So Trustee Blumenthal.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me share. In RCCD's mission, we claim to ensure access, success, and equity for everyone who wishes to take advantage of the educational opportunities offered by the colleges. But the Board of Trustees' recent vaccine mandate has been an abdication of our mission. I'm an English professor at RCC. On Tuesday, September 7th, 2021, I tutored Yasmin in the virtual writing and reading center at RCC. She was distressed and contemplating dropping out of college. The main stressor she cited, she is immunocompromised and unable to be vaccinated by the advice of her doctor, and was barred from taking face-to-face classes at RCC like so many of our students. She is struggling with the online format. As much as we faculty have tried to make the online format work for students, we're kidding ourselves. If we try to claim that the online modality works for all students equally, it is a separate modality that often comes close, but is not equal to face-to-face instruction. Some students thrive in the online environment, others struggle. This is undeniable. I begged Yasmin to stay enrolled in college, and I pledged to help her with her online classes on Tuesday and Thursday nights in the VWRC during my shifts. This is the reality of the board's vaccination mandate. Yasmin was unable to enroll in the face-to-face classes because of her disability, and she was suffering because of it, contemplating ending her college career altogether. Then there's Stacy. She is taking her third screenwriting class with me this year. She is a mom and a K-12 educator who is working on a screenplay about the life of her grandmother. When the vaccine mandate was first announced, she emailed me telling me she could not get the vaccine because she is allergic to common vaccine ingredients, which keep her from even being able to take the annual flu shots. The thought of Stacy being dropped from my class because her medical condition was unconscionable to me. My class is the only screenwriting class being offered this year, so I asked my chair and dean to move my class online so Stacy could stay enrolled. I only later realized that evolving district policy concerning disabled students with no online options could have allowed Stacy to stay in my class. But this revised policy has been poorly advertised, and neither Stacy nor I were informed of its existence at the time the decision had to be made. I suspect we are not the only student and faculty member in a similar situation. In addition to Stacy, there is Amy. Amy is also taking her third screenwriting class with me, and she excitedly contacted me after my class moved online, as she has been dropped from all of her face-to-face classes. She was eager to stay enrolled in college, scrambling to find online classes at the last minute as she jumped at the chance to take my class again. Amy is a devout Catholic student who incorporates her faith into her scripts, supernatural horror fantasies about angels and demons. According to public health documents from Los Angeles County and the University of Nebraska, both Pfizer and Moderna use the HEK-293 aborted fetal cell lines in the research and development process of their COVID-19 vaccines. And Johnson & Johnson required the use of the PER-C6 aborted fetal cell cultures to produce and manufacture the vaccine. When I spoke to Amy, she told me she could not take a vaccine that was developed with the use of aborted fetal cell lines. To do so would violate her conscience due to her sincerely held Catholic faith. She told me she would have no objection to submitting to weekly COVID testing instead. As the board's decision currently stands, Stacy, Amy, and Yasmin cannot go to the health center. They cannot attend a sporting event. They cannot see me in my on-campus office hours. They cannot visit their counselor in person to create a student educational plan. They cannot talk to someone in admissions and records or financial aid or the transfer center in person.
30 seconds.
They cannot receive in-person tutoring. They cannot socialize with friends in the quad. For their disability and religious beliefs, they are barred from full educational experience of RCCD. And there's no way I can finish the rest of this. And this is thank you, Dan Hogan, EDD Associate Professor English, Honors Program, Faculty Coordinator, Riverside City College.
Thank you very much, Trustee. All right, and Trustee Hedrick.
All right. I would like to start by acknowledging the board for their hard work and diligence in striving to make RCC a safe place for students and employees. I cannot imagine the countless hours and sleepless nights that went into reopening a college the size of RCC. Thank you for all that you do. Since fall of 2020, CTE programs such as air conditioning, automotive, culinary, cosmetology, welding, and auto collision have all been taught face-to-face. Over the last year, we have successfully held classes by following established safety guidelines. Students wore masks and gloves, maintained safe social distance, and utilized the Rave Guardian app prior to coming to class. Staff members supported students learning by disinfecting spaces, tools, and equipment in between classes. While these were not always the easiest guidelines to follow, we were able to offer students a way to move forward in their educational goals while in the midst of a worldwide pandemic. In addition to student success, business partnerships have also flourished over the last year. Partnerships with Ford Motor Company, BMW, Chrysler, Land Rover, Jaguar, Tesla, and others have been established. The apprenticeship program has grown dramatically, with students finding employment and having their tuition covered at the same time. Entering the fall 2020 term, much has changed. Vaccine mandates have decimated enrollment in CTE. Classes have been canceled, and many that were not canceled are nowhere near capacity. Due to the nature of these programs, they cannot be offered in an online format. Students who once had access to their chosen program of study are now having to look elsewhere. In some cases, they are looking to for-profit trade schools, which often come with a $40,000 price tag. Current requirements will have catastrophic consequences for many of our programs and the students they serve. In addition, CTE faculty are fielding many questions from our business partners. How long will these mandates be in place? Will RCC be able to provide students for apprenticeship opportunities? Should they look elsewhere for training programs for their technicians? Having no answers to these questions is not reassuring to our partners. As new requirements are assessed, I ask that the Board of Trustees keep a few things in mind. How are these requirements affecting our students of color and other marginalized student populations? Do students have a distrust of authority that is leading to some of the resistance we're seeing when it comes to the vaccine mandate? How are requirements disproportionately affecting CTE students and other students in a course of study where online instruction is not viable? Can mandates be replaced with additional safety protocol for courses with unvaccinated students? If mandates are left in place, should students be afforded the same exemption rights as employees? RCC has a rich tradition of providing quality instruction, affordable education, and equitable access to the populations we serve. As discussions take place and future decisions are made, I hope we keep our mission and values at the forefront of decision-making. For many of our students, RCC is the way to a better life. Respectfully submitted, Paul O'Connell, Automotive Faculty, Department Chair, Applied Technology, vaccinated since March 2021.
Thank you. Trustee Algala.
All right. I'm writing to thank Chancellor Isak and RCCD Board of Trustees for implementing the vaccination mandate. Given the confusion of some students about what fully vaccinated meant in relation to the September 30th deadline, I am also grateful that students have been allowed a few more days to get their second shots to complete the process. The death and grief in Riverside County and across our country over the past 18 months have most drastically impacted our Hispanic, Latinx, Black, and Indigenous community members, with impacts on our students, staff, administration, and all their families. These populations remain most at risk in locations where vaccine refusal or resistance is high, a most inequitable and preventable result. The scar from a smallpox vaccine on my upper arm, a scar that most of my students, nieces, and nephews do not need, means we no longer have to wage a battle against the deadly smallpox plague. Mandates that ensure our collective public health are similar marks of a community that cares for each other and for the future. Thank you for your courage in making your mark for Riverside County. Respectfully submitted, Joe Scott Coe, Associate Professor of English, Assistant Chair, Department of English and Media Studies, Riverside City College.
Thank you. Trustee Vakar.
I have a comment from Taylor Starr. Reads, to the RCC Board of Trustees, Chancellor Esoc, colleagues, students, and community. I am writing to express my support of the Board of Trustees' decision to mandate the COVID-19 vaccine. Now, while we would like to have had the mandate issued out sooner, I know I speak for a lot of faculty and students when I say we are here now in week 5 of the semester with colleagues and students who are happy to be in front of each other rather than on a screen. It was long and arduous road to get here, and I appreciate the mandate so that we could get back to some semblance of face-to-face interaction. Even though our students of color, are poor, are disabled, are homeless, and are hungry, continue to be adversely impacted by the pandemic, I know those students with whom I have come in contact with have adjusted fairly well and continue to press on with their studies with a mask on their face and a smile underneath. I, along with a great number of colleagues, are working diligently to ensure the physical, emotional, and academic well-being of our students while sometimes ignoring our own. So despite some of the pitfalls of this semester, I'm happy with the mandate and hope we continue along this path in order to keep us all safe and give us all a peace of mind as we work with our students and go home to our families. Sincerely, Star Taylor, Associate Professor of English.
Thank you. All right, and I have 2. They're very short. One of them is from Jason Davis. Hello, my name is Jason. I am a student employee at Riverside City College. Yesterday, I was supposed to receive my paycheck. To my surprise, I never received it. I was told today that I would have to wait another month to receive my paycheck. I'm one of a dozen students who have not been paid yet. It's hard. I'm struggling to pay my bills like other student employees like myself. We feel like Riverside City College doesn't care at all. When you're told by the college you'll be paid next month, how am I supposed to pay my rent? Riverside City College only cares about, and then it stops. That's from Jason. And the next one under public comments is, I would like to thank Chancellor Esoc and the RCCD Board of Trustees for implementing the vaccination mandate. I am also grateful that the board has given students an extended opportunity to get their second shot by September 30th. Hispanic, Latinx, Black, and Indigenous people comprise the overwhelming majority of students served by RCCD and have been hardest hit by death and hospitalization from the COVID pandemic. Mandates that seek to protect public health are in the best interest of all. When an FDA-approved vaccine available, it makes sense that those who can get the shot do so to protect themselves and others. Thank you for continuing to take these important measures to protect our community. Respectfully submitted, James Duckett, MA Associate Professor of English, Riverside City College. And so those are all the public comments that were submitted prior to 4 o'clock. And is there anybody virtually that is wanting to speak? Okay, we're going to tag them in.
Yes, we have one person.
All right, thank you. Hello, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, can you state your name and then you can speak, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Trinity Swick. I was a nursing student at RCC. I was recently dropped this semester for not getting the vaccine. I would like all my comments to be recorded to record. And I am here today basically just to have a discussion, and I wanted to ask the rationale behind the double standards of allowing a religious exemption for staff and faculty, but not for students.
Okay, keep talking.
Am I not allowed to have a discussion with the
Right,
members?
no, you have public comments.
Okay, so yeah, I would like to, I guess, request somebody can get back to me why staff is allowed to have a religious exemption and students are not. I would also like to inform those about the vaccine and that the vaccine was never designed to prevent transmission, and it's not preventing transmission. Those vaccinated and unvaccinated are still getting sick from COVID. It's designed to mask symptoms, and that's it. And actually, as a nursing student, I think it's worse to be vaccinated because now, you know, for those that are vaccinated and they aren't showing symptoms when they are sick, they're actually found to carry 251 times the viral load of COVID viruses in their nostrils compared to the unvaccinated. And this is according to an Oxford University clinical research group. So I'm not making this up. This is from Oxford. And so it would be negligent actually for me with this knowledge to get vaccinated and go to clinicals around those that are sick and that have immunity, their immunity compromised. The vaccines aren't working. If you look at countries that are fully vaccinated or nearly fully vaccinated to all those of age, like 12 and up, they're having outbreaks. So it just doesn't make sense. Like, how is a vaccine working if these countries are having outbreaks, like in Israel? I have emailed the president of RCC. I've emailed the chancellor. I've emailed our representative. Nobody has gotten back to me. I don't understand why no one will respond to my emails. I was just asking for information. I guess that's it.
Okay, thank you, Trinity.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that's out in virtual land?
Yeah, that was it.
That's it. All right. So we've done the public comments in written format, and we've done the public comments through the virtual, and there's nobody that I see that is here physically in person wanting to speak. So we are now complete with our public comment section of the agenda. So we now move on to the next item, which is the approval of the minutes. And at this time, due to technical difficulties, we do not have any of the minutes available from the previous meetings, and they will be available for us at the next meeting. So we'll have a conglomeration of about 4 or 5 of them at the next meeting. So be prepared then, my colleagues. And so now we move on to public hearing. And this is the public hearing. And this is under the budget for the 2021-2022 Riverside Community College District budget. And this is going to be the recommendation of holding the public hearing and adopting the 2021-2022 budget for the Riverside Community College District. And that's with the fiscal year for the final budget and detailed by resource. So public hearing. Who are we looking at? Mr. Brown, what happened?
Thank you, Trustee.
You are
I think you just
way
need to-
back there. Is that intentional on your part?
Yeah, I'm not sure what I did wrong, but I'm perfectly fine with this back here. I think we just need to open up the public hearing and hear if there are any public comments, and then we can close it, and the board can then adopt it.
All right, there's no introductory comments that we need. So at this time, the public hearing and budget adoption for the 2021-2022 Riverside Community College District budget is now open.
At this time, I would move to adopt the 2021-2022 budget for the Riverside Community College District.
Thank you, Ms. Blumenthal. It's been moved by Ms. Blumenthal to adopt. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Mr. Alcala seconds. Any questions and or comments?
Yes, President
Trustee
Figueroa.
Hedrick.
Thank you. It's just a brief comment of, I certainly support the budget as proposed, but I just wanted to put a couple of things on the table that perhaps I should have done at the last meeting. And that is that I know we have a lot of one-time money. We have a very healthy balance projected in this budget. And I know that I believe that we have a committee or a group that is looking at possible ways of using some of that money to help our students. What I was going to suggest is, as that research is done, if we haven't already done so, perhaps we should check with some of our neighboring districts that are doing some creative things with their one-time money, including direct grants to students, purchasing all textbooks this year for students. There are just a host of very creative things going on. And while I realize much of the money is one time, my personal philosophy is that, yes, you need a rainy day fund, but if you hold a very large balance, it is a rainy day for the current students. And it's, you know, I've heard it argued, well, we can't continue to do that. It's a one-time. That's true. It's a one-time deal, but it would help those this year or next year one time. May not be able to continue, but better to provide that assistance or support in some creative way than to just sit with a large balance. Our funds are supposed to be used for our instructional purposes. And I'm just suggesting that we check with our neighbors, because it looks like there are a lot of very interesting things going on. And perhaps we can adopt and or modify one of those. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? And I will, on behalf of the comments that were just made by Trustee Hedrick, I will also join in on agreeing with that, because there are several just right next door to us that have actually done some very innovative and visionary type of programs in order to assist the students getting through all of these issues that we've been having to deal with for the last year. So I think that it would be worthwhile for us to take a look at what some of those programs are. And I know that some of those trustees actually that have been advocating those programs have been wanting to get the information out into the greater community, so that some of the neighboring districts can also take a look and see where they might be able to also function in the same way that they are. And as far as I can see, they've been very successful at this point. So I think that it would definitely be something for us to take a look at. So with that, any other comments? Not hearing any. There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor of the adoption of the budget for 2021, 2022?
Are you doing roll call?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so that'll be, and because we are virtual, I'll still have to do the roll call. So Trustee Blumenthal?
Aye.
Trustee Hedrick?
Aye.
Trustee Alcala?
Aye.
Trustee Bakar?
Aye.
And Trustee Figueroa? Aye. So it's a unanimous vote, 5-0. All right, thank you very much. And that moves us into the Chancellor's report. Dr. Isak.
Thank you, Madam President. This is our third week of the fall semester. It was a tough start. I'm pleased to say that we are settling in quite well. We do, however, have a 28% drop in our enrollment. I think that that's a very important one. According to the Chronicle of Higher Education, there are over 600,000 college students in the last spring. That is 7 times more than the decline of a year earlier that has occurred. And almost 80% of those 600,000 students are community college students. So we do have challenges, and we are very concerned in mapping out strategies of how we recover out of this decline. It has been now successively been declining from 2019 to 20 to 21. And we all recall what happened during the 2008 economic downturn. It took us several years to get out of that hole. So we are planning and scheduling the winter as well as the spring semesters with a clear marketing strategy developing between our district strategic communications and the colleges to see how we can recover some of this loss. We are also entertaining the idea of conducting a student survey during this fall semester to see how our students in a large scale survey felt about coming back to face-to-face classes and what they would further require as an improvement. In our next meeting, we are going to bring the outcome of the Summer Institute that we have taken initiative and the board adopted as its project to be able to see how we address inequities through a focused and targeted intervention. And we'll see whether or not this has worked and how we can, what lessons we can learn from it and how we might adopt it. We've talked a lot about the board's bold step in mandating vaccination. I think that on September 9th, President Biden issued a 6-point COVID-19 action plan intended to increase COVID-19 vaccination rates and mitigate the negative public health consequences associated with it, which, when implemented, will affect over 100 million people. And so it looks very much that we are on the right track, and our students, our faculty, our staff, our managers have all heeded to that resolution. There were some confusion, however, as to what it was meant by fully vaccinated, that many students, and even as you heard in the public comments, some faculty felt that the September 30th deadline to be fully vaccinated meant to take your second dose on September 30th, but not the way fully vaccinated is defined, which means that after your second dose, you have to wait 2 weeks before you can achieve full inoculation. So that has been clarified so that students now have up to September 30th. In addition, we went into our data to look at all those students today on our campuses who need a reminder when to take their second dose so that by September 30th, they will have completed their vaccinations. And out of the nearly 15,000 students that we have, there are only 583 students that require that reminders. And each college now has its own list to be able to remind them. And in the case of employees, there are only 13 of them that will require reminders. I'm also very happy and proud to report as of today, when we look at our vaccination rates, academic administrators are vaccinated up to 93%. So 54 out of 58. Full-time faculty are also at 93%. Classified managers are at 98%. And classified full-time have also achieved 93%. So we remember that the classified staff were very low in their vaccination in the 60s when we started this, and this seemed to have picked up a great deal. Confidential at 100%, and I'm also pleased to say that the Board of Trustees are at 100%. Out of the total 14,562 students that are at the face-to-face, 96% are fully vaccinated. And so we have only 4% of these 586 that we require that are partially vaccinated that will be vaccinated soon. So the meaning of all this is that all on-campus activities will now be reserved for fully vaccinated after October 15th. I think that's a major progress, and being persistent, convinced by the logic, by continuously campaigning works. Now, we still have many more students than 15,000, and there's going to be reminders for students to continue to be vaccinated and to let them know when they should be vaccinated so that by the second vaccine, by the time they come into a face-to-face class, the first day of class, they will already be fully vaccinated, which means that they have taken their second dose and they have been there for 2 weeks. So that way we can establish the process and we help students schedule it. We are negotiating to see how we can continue with testing and vaccination on campus. So what do we look like today? We have certain matrices that show how relative to the community where we look at. So in terms of positivity rate, and positivity rate is basically simply the number of tests that have been taken and then the number of positive outcome of that as a percentage. It's not the same as infection rate, but it is a measure of how well the disease is spreading. So the positivity rate at the district office is 1.4%. Moreno Valley is 0.7%. Norco College is 0.3%, and RCC is at 1.1%. Now you can see the district is higher than any other of our colleges because we have more unvaccinated because of accommodation and also partially vaccinated in the district office. But this is declining every time people are achieving full vaccination. And if we compare ourselves to the city where we live and to the state, then RCCD is at 0.9% positivity rate compared to the county of Riverside, which is at 5.7%. So that it's almost 7 times more dangerous in the city than it is in our campus. And when we look at California, it's even worse. It's 6.4%. Now, when we look at the vaccination rate in Riverside County, you saw what we are, all in the 90s here on our small isolated enclave. In the Riverside County, people who are partially and fully vaccinated are 56%. Those who are fully vaccinated are only 49%. And so the risk of infection is from the community. We are looking at trying to prevent community infection coming from the community, not necessarily from inside. Now, what this means is that when we look at the death rates, we have so far in our county 4,906 deaths out of a population of 2.4 million. That means 1 of every 492 citizens die from COVID. Just think of it. 1 out of every 492 citizens die from COVID. So I think that it is so important for each of us to try to help our younger folks who have been putting their comments to see that this is a very, very dangerous disease. On a more positive note, we just got a release from the State Chancellor's Office on California Community College Board of Governors takes action to support federal plan to dramatically expand student financial aid. The California Community College Board of Governors voted unanimously Monday to support pending federal legislation to expand access and affordability for low-income college students, a cornerstone of President Biden's Building Back Better plan. Known as America's College Promise, this provision would usher in the most significant expansion of access to higher education in the United States in decades. The proposal includes a federal-state matching agreement making up to 2 years of community college tuition free, recognizing the extraordinary value of two-year colleges in the United States. For too long, community college students have been unable to access financial aid. They need to thrive in our system, said Board of Governors President Pamela Haynes. America's College Promise recognized the need to rectify this long-standing disparity, which I call inequity, and invest federal dollars in community college students and their access. California stands to benefit significantly from the legislation. It will bring up to $2 billion in additional student aid to the state. Provisions in the latest version considered by the House Educational and Labor Committee would ensure that states like California, which already have invested in keeping tuition low and providing generous state-funded financial aid, are rewarded. So this is a major turning point for us. Now to politics. Today is a big day for the future of politics in California because it's due date for the final census data that the Citizens Redistricting Commission needs to finish drawing new 10-year boundaries for every state and federal political district in California. Drafts of the new political maps, which are sure to spark debate among political and community activists, are due out by the end of the year. But the process of rethinking political boundaries in California has been underway for months. The more input we get from diverse communities enables us to do a better job, said Akitagawa of Huntington Beach. We hope it will also enable people to feel more of a sense of engagement and ownership of who can represent them and how the process works. So we're going to be looking at some consultants who will be able to look at our own districts because some of the border districts may be affected by this redistricting. This past week is the National Hispanic Serving Institutions Week. The White House has given an executive order, and by President Biden, as authorized by the Constitution and law of the United States, hereby ordered as follows. Section 1 policy, nearly 14 million students in our nation's public elementary and secondary school system and nearly 4 million students in post-secondary education are Hispanic. Hispanic students constitute more than 27% of all pre-kindergarten through 12th grade students and nearly 20% of all college students. The nation's future prosperity and global leadership across industries is therefore tied to the success of Hispanic and Latino students, and their success is a priority of President Biden's administration. From advancement in science and civil and labor rights to leadership in government, advocacy, and entrepreneurship and business, the Hispanic community has had a profound and positive impact on all our schools, our communities, our economy, and our nation. Hispanic and Latino communities encompass many racial and cultural identities that span the globe. The diversity of Hispanic and Latino students makes our classrooms across the country rich learning environments. It is important to ensure that from early childhood to higher education, Hispanic and Latino students, including dreamers, can reach their highest potential. For many Hispanic and Latino students, Hispanic serving institutions provide critical pathways to opportunity, and hundreds of HSI across our nation are advancing intergenerational mobility, success, and opportunity. RCCD, with over 60,000 of its students being Hispanic, is one of the major Hispanic serving institutions in the nation and certainly in California. And while we pride in the fact that we have made significant stride in closing the achievement gap in access and success, we have some ways to go to narrow the gap in the transfer rate. Therefore, during the National Hispanic Serving Institutions Week, let us all renew our commitment to work wholeheartedly until all inequities in our district is removed. I think that ends my report. Now, next we have healthcare update, and I will call on the Vice Chancellor for Human Resources to introduce her guest.
Thank you very much. And so we have representatives here from Keenan, and so I will let Seema and Jeffrey introduce themselves and provide the update.
Thank you so much, Tammy. Good evening, President, Madam President, Chancellor Isaac, and Board of Trustees. My name is Seema Rashid. I am Account Manager with Keenan Associates. Today, I have only one claim to report to the board. This is the same claim which we reviewed last month. It's related to the TMJ services, where members' appeal was denied 2 times as it's not medically necessary. Where we are at this point is for the RCCD's administration to make a determination whether to pay the claim or decline it. So that's the only claim. With that, do you have any questions for me?
Any questions from board members? No questions.
Okay, thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have the 5 to Thrive presentation. And I'm sorry, I'm going to be guessing. This probably belongs to Norco. Right. So it's on NASA, California Space Grant Consortium. And I will call on the president of Norco College and the Senate president to introduce your guests.
Good evening. And tonight, Dr. Virgil Lee, our Academic Senate President at Norco College, will introduce today's 5 to Thrive.
Good evening. I have the pleasure of introducing tonight's 5 to Thrive presenter, Dr. DJ Bazzuti. Dr. Bazzuti earned his PhD in physics from the University of California at San Diego. He began his professional career in industry, working in the areas of solid-state physics and drug discovery, before leaving to teach college physics. He's been teaching at the community college level since 2013 and has been a visiting assistant professor in physics in RCCD for the past 1.5 years, first at Riverside Community College and more recently at Norco College. Dr. Bazzuti has been active in mentoring students as a faculty advisor for STEM-related clubs at other colleges. He wanted to continue those club advisory efforts within RCCD, but those aspirations have been stalled by the pandemic. However, Dr. Bazzuti was selected to work with Norco College students as a faculty mentor of the NASA California Space Grant Consortium, which is the topic of tonight's presentation. It is my honor to introduce Dr. DJ Bazzuti.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for this introduction. And thank you for the person who putting this slides on board and there. Again, it was really a pleasure for me to, first of all, my name is Bazzuti. I don't mean to make a big fuss of it, but people struggle with it. Anyway, my students call me DJ. My background is in physics. I worked a lot with students, so I really wanted to bring that experience here in Norco, and I wanted to work with the students in here. So when this opportunity for the California Space Grant Consortium presented itself, I really wanted to jump in and bring on board some students to work on it. The next slide, please. So the program itself is actually sponsored by NASA, and it's administered by the University of California, San Diego, and it really aims present STEM programs to community in the out large for community colleges and for the K through 12 programs. For the community colleges, this program includes a lot of community colleges in California, and this presented itself also as an opportunity for our students to interact with other students in the state, and also other faculty members and engineers and working scientists in NASA and other programs. Next slide, please. So the timeline for the program and how we basically proceeded the minute that we learned about it is that we started the student selections, and we basically based it on what the students really want. This, in addition to the background of students in the engineering and the physics programs, and also we needed some programming aspects in it. So we had basically a mixture of students from different backgrounds. At the end, we ended up with 10 students who we went through the process basically of selecting topics for the research, where we ended up with 3 topics, and then we started getting the materials, we acquired the materials, we put them together, and we started working on this. My role really as a mentor is to really keep the students at the forefront and have them do the things on their own, and just basically guide them a little bit here and there. So this really my perspective throughout all of my projects is really the students should be the leaders. They own those projects, and and I'm really proud for what they have achieved. In August, last month, on August 19th, one of the highlights of this program, we ended up going to Northrop Grumman, where we actually saw the James Webb Telescope before it's being shipped to where it's going to be delivered into space as a telescope. And also on the 20th of August, we presented our projects in front of the panel and in front of all of the other students. Next slide, please. Okay, here are the team members. So basically we ended up with 3 projects, as I was saying, and there is a person in here who's missing, and she played a major role in this whole thing, and that is Patricia Gill, who is the STEM coordinator in Norco. The students, basically, one of the projects is led by Jeffrey in here, and it's and also included Melissa, Andrew, and Byron and Zane. And Byron in here is going to talk a little bit about this later on, and also deals with the NASA for Dinner project. So what this project does, and it probably Byron will explain it a little bit more, is that a solution for a pandemic era for how to clean tables using automated robots. A really great project. Then the other one also, by the way, it's really succeeded in doing that, so I'm really proud of that. And also the second project was led by Martin, and who is also here, is going to talk a little bit later on, and also Jazz, and that was a delivery system for a mission in an exoplanet, basically, or on the moon, between different stations, man-manned mission. The third project, NASA 2.0, led by Luis and also included Cristel and also Salvador, they worked on a solution for an unmanned mission on an exoplanet where we don't know the terrain and how we're going to navigate our way on that planet using basically combination of a rover and also a drone. Next slide, please. So again, this is up to this one is basically the general introduction of the program and how we went about it. It included programming languages, C++ and Python. I myself don't have much experience with Python, but I learned from my students. I took my experience with C++ and I really also tried to implement the solution problems in there. And also we did a lot of projects and work there with electronics and basically circuitry. If I can have Byron basically to pick up from this point on.
Hello there. All right. So yes, my name is Byron J. Estrada. I'm currently a student under RCC. My major is under mechanical engineering. Expanding more on that NASA for Dinner project, we learned a lot of things. We basically made a robot that went on a table, bussing all of the dishes, trash, and all that sort of stuff, putting it in the trash bin. And that was for an automated kind of thing without any people bussing those things. So it'd be more COVID without touching or any of that stuff. So the 3 things right here that we have are NASA for Dinner, which is ours, the one that I was included in, NASA Express, which was Artemis, as Bizidi has told us all about, and NASA 2.0, which was a long-range exploration of unknown planets and moons using a combination of rivers with proper sensors. So that's this slide. But an impact that this made on me really was that it had revived a career and major passion that I did not have before this internship opportunity that I got to take. I made many friends along the way. I learned a lot along the way, and it was honestly something I would take over and over again. It was really life-changing, believe it or not, 180 practically.
Next slide, please.
So this is the video for NASA for Dinner that we had.
Can you show the, can you pause the, show the PDF? Can you show the video, please? It's on probably open in the browser.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next slide, please. And can we have Martin now?
Hi, so my name is Martin Duran.
Hi, everybody. We started a long time ago now. It's been quite a bit of time since we started, but just I want to share with you basically what I learned from one of your classmates.
Okay, sir. So my name is Martin Duran, and I'm a student here at Norco College, and my major right now is physics, and I'm hoping to transfer out to university within the next year. And I was the team lead for NASA Express, and the main idea for our project is we wanted something that was really easy to just deploy, to be able to transfer materials from one place to another, like say on the moon, just to get rid of like that menial task for like humans. And if you could play the video, please. So for our project, we utilize pretty basic materials, like just sensors so it could stop when it reaches an obstacle and things like that. And it was a lot of fun to work with this project because I got to use like a lot of my physics, knowledge, and especially my programming like skills that I learned throughout school. And it was especially right now during COVID, it was really nice to get some hands-on experience. And if you go to the next slide, please. And this is the last team, which is NASA 2.0. And their project was a like obstacle detection system for a rover, so it could communicate like directions to the rover essentially. And if you could play the video, they have a quick demo too.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys for your time.
All right. So that was our 5 stars. Thank you very much. You got the chance to deal with NASA.
Thank you for that presentation, Norco College. Multimedia agenda planner and annual master planning calendar is just for information, is as you'll find in the book. That ends my report, and
All right, thank
hand
you,
it over to
Dr.
you.
Ustad.
Yeah.
Okay, that moves us into the next item, which is our student report. So that goes to our student trustee, Mr. Harris.
Hello. All right. So in the student realm, we had Associated Students. We had our first SDCC meeting on September 7th. We voted to include all ICC directors and Region 9 representatives as formally invited to all SDCC meetings to attend and observe only for now. We feel like the online communication platform enables us to connect more associated students through communication and through meetings. And we're excited about how to go about doing that. That's best for everyone and works best for everyone. So we reviewed the efficacy of Cleared 4 and their associated company, Human API. We discussed inviting trustee members to associated student meetings as agenda items, which so far we have 2 campuses that are excited to do so. We are currently weighing the pros and cons of having 3 student trustees in the district, 1 for each campus versus 1 student trustee for the entire district. There's pros and cons to both of these solutions. So far, the general consensus is that associate students from smaller campuses want 3 trustees and RCC wants 1 trustee. So for our student comments, I will go up there where the different campuses have reported what they want. Our MVC president has joined us, and she will be here after I do comments for RCC and Norco. Hello. Okay, awesome. So for now we have RCC. See, I'm trying to get the message. Okay, so RCC has had an extremely successful club rush. They had 3 full person days that were hybrid online and in person. And their clubs are ready to go. So they had a very successful club rush. They started the semester with 17, and they now have 26 clubs working on becoming active clubs. The first football home game went well, obviously. No major issues, with all fans showing their cleared for pass and wearing masks in the stands. The student body president has been talking with faculty and deans trying to come up with ways to improve student resources for organizations like veterans and other marginalized students. The associated president has contacted people at Norco to find out what we're doing, that we do such a great job for veterans and our award-winning services. And at Norco, so we have a little speech prepared. I paraphrased what Samia said. So at Norco College, we have struggled with student enrollment involvement since week 1. Our students have since, up until now, persevered to the point where we have gone from 6 active clubs in week 1 to 18 active clubs gearing up for in-person club rush next Tuesday. September 28th. We have structured in-person club rush for September 28th, then virtual club rush the following Wednesday and Thursday, the 29th and the 30th. One issue that I, Samia Irfan, feel passionate about is the expensiveness of third-party platforms that faculty is often using to teach their online classes. These online third-party platforms charge up to $60 for 4 months of usage and provide a digital textbook subscription along with worksheets and quizzes designed by said third-party platforms, such as Cengage, McGraw-Hill Connect, etc. This is much too expensive for students who are now barred from sharing their textbook with a friend and reselling their used textbook to make their money back as well. It is imperative that we at least reserve for a scholarship fund for students to purchase the services of online third-party learning platforms required by many faculty in their classes. Let me put it this way. If students don't have to pay for the services of Canvas, then why are they paying up the nose for services of McGraw-Hill Connect and Cengage unaided? This hurts the most disadvantaged students among us. At Norco, we are also focusing on helping undocumented students find employment, as well as extending Norco's benefits to currently incarcerated persons, to formerly incarcerated persons as well. This is what the campuses are up to and what the SDCC meeting is up to. So our next presentation, we have our MoVal president, President Rames, who is going to come up here after I introduce her. So the kind of president that President Rames is. At the last DSPC meeting, I contacted the head of sustainability of the district to try to get them in contact with ASMVC because ASMVC is quite interested in sustainable projects. And little did I know, they had a meeting with him the next day. I didn't know about that they scheduled themselves, right? And as well, we had an issue where last night or yesterday afternoon-ish, their in-person club rush was canceled for this Thursday, pretty suddenly. And this had to do with new guidelines that the vice presidents of business services had laid out, and that they didn't follow it. Well, ASMVC worked their tails off to get in-person club rush, and we got to the point where now any events that are any student events that we plan are good with the old guidelines for the rest of the month. So they fought tooth and nail and they got it done. So without ado, this is President Rames from Moreno Valley College. Give her a hand.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Cheyenne Rames from MBC. I have requested of student leader representatives at my campus who wish to give voice or provide talking points to address with their feedback and perspective of matters of importance related to our campus, which I will speak on today. So to begin, okay. This one? Okay, okay, thank you. As stated first, I will begin with student vice president Barrera. His main point was he feels there's a lack of communication and feels different messages across campus from respective officials have had an impact upon us, and there has not been noted improvement. For example, how we have a high percentage still of virtual classes, and this disregards those students who look to follow guideline protocols and feel the prioritization of them is not present. Next is for ASMBC ICC Co-Director Banuelos. On Monday, September 20th, the Moreno Valley College Student Senate Leadership Team participated in the District Sustainability Plan meeting, which included a 90-minute presentation from the DLR. Student leaders were very tuned into and concerned with the future of carbon footprint status existence. So a quote from him was, our campuses across the district should be more conscious of what we are doing as part of the welfare of our community and the betterment of, thinking from not only an environmental standpoint, but economic and social climate action, which can be a plan set for the district and colleges for many years. as it has a great impact on resource concentration, community's health, and etc. And then last is from ASMUC Senate Pro Tem Wolford. His quote is, "As a student and a student leader, I find it peculiar that students are allowed to be in a class/lecture filled with students, yet as a student body, we're not allowed to have on-campus events. And this reflects how of recent our campus proposal of in-person events was struck down only to then receive a 24-hour prior approval, which affects our recruitment for organization, clubs, student engagement, and enrollment. And he feels this may stem from different messages across the district and officials and not being consistent." So to basically reiterate the main points that we want to discuss, it's a development and advancement on critical climate action plans across the district and campuses and communities of wider engagement and efforts of opportunity that may be set to discover ways to do so. Impact of experience on our campus of district action and campus action that may play equal part on how the consistency of communication is not present in efforts to properly address ways of which these improvements can be made. An increased effort of engagement, which was proposed by student trustee that you guys may possibly come to some of our meetings brought forth by our leaders. So to include you as an extended invitation. And that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that concludes the student comment. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Student Trustee Harris. Appreciate that, and thank you also for Moreno Valley's report. All right, that moves us on to the consent agenda action items. And these are going to be items 6A to 6N. Is there any particular item that is being requested to be considered for further discussion from any of the board members? Oh, thank you. I should have figured we saw you walking up here. Thank you. Any consideration? No?
No, but
Pulling of any
I would
action?
move for approval of 6A through 6N.
All right, Trustee Blumenthal moves in, Trustee Hedrick seconds. Any further discussion on these items? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. And I'll take a roll call vote. Trustee Blumenthal?
Aye.
Trustee Hedrick?
Aye.
Trustee Alcala?
Aye.
Trustee Vakar?
Aye.
And Trustee Figueroa, aye. So 5-0 unanimous approval. Consent item 6A to 6N. Thank you very much, my colleagues, and that moves us on to the consent agenda information. And that's actually the capital program executive summary report as of August 31st, and that's for information only. And that moves us into board committee reports. You notice there is none. So that means that we're just going to move right on to the next one, which are the administrative reports. And this goes to vice chancellors, the ones way in the back. Vice Chancellor Brown.
Thank you, Trustee Figueroa. Just one item. You just earlier in the agenda, you approved the 21-22 budget, and also wanted to reiterate my thanks for all of my staff that has spent innumerable hours working on that. Mr. Griffin, Christina Ambrose, Michelle Arnold, and Christina Denudo. They spent many weekends here over the summer putting that together, and I really appreciate their efforts. But now that we put that to bed, the Board of Governors took action this week to put forth their proposals for the 22-23 budget. And I thought I'd go over just a couple items. There are a few items that are of significance in their proposal that will be submitted to the Department of Finance later this year. There's $100 million to modernize technology infrastructure and protect sensitive data. We all know that the community college system has been subject to significant attacks over the last several months. There's $500 million for ongoing increase to base funding. $91 million to make institutional changes necessary to provide college resources, support, and guidance to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. $100 million for full-time faculty. $300 million of ongoing money to support part-time faculty. 3% cost of living adjustment for disabled student services program in CalWorks. $950 million in non-Prop 98 funding to develop an affordable student housing program for the community college system. There's also a request for non-Prop 98 money to allocate to help in funding the annual increases to CalSTRS and CalPERS employee retirement contributions. $75 million ongoing for physical plant and instructional support. That's significant because that would be ongoing money, of which there's none at this point, along with $150 million for one-time deferred maintenance instructional support. And then $100 million to complete and sustain the system-wide shift to guided pathways, to the guided pathways framework. Now, I think we all know that not everything that they propose gets funded, but at least this is as a result of them going out to the system and getting contributions as far as requests on what's important for the system. Riverside Community College District contributed our proposal as part of this effort, and they're showing up in the Board of Governors proposals. So it's just the first part of the budget development process for the 22-23 fiscal year. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much. And then the next Vice Chancellor Goldware, is she back there?
I think I'm back here.
Oh, there she is.
Look, here I am. Okay, good. Good evening. The district has had a very good month when it comes to grants as the federal offices make awards in preparation for the new fiscal year. I'll let the president share their good news tonight, but I want to take a moment and thank the grants office and the grants teams at the colleges. I'm looking forward to their future presentation that will share a full accounting of the 2021 year. As I've shared each month, a different unit within advancement will present. You heard from the IEDRC last month, and grants is on its way. External relations and strategic communications has been hard at work, and we'll share how the mid-semester advertising is going, as well as the plans for the winter and spring season in the upcoming marketing presentation. As Trustee Hedrick has noted in previous meetings, advancement is a flywheel. Never knowing when the next rainy day will come, it seems this is a time to build. Working with the Chancellor and Vice Chancellor Brown, I'm optimistic the needed resources to propel this flywheel will materialize as resources are allocated and efficiencies across the district are sought. In the interim, as you continue to hear, advancement continues marching forward. The foundation has started the new year strong with a number of new grant proposals underway, including being invited to submit to new funders, as well as re-engaging individual donors as comfort in engagements continues. The colleges begin their giving week soon with Norco leading off. If you haven't made an annual gift, there's no time like the present. Workforce and Economic Development has secured an $80,000 commitment from the California Manufacturing Technology Council to connect local manufacturers with Riverside Community College District apprenticeship resources. This funding will allow additional outreach activities to manufacturers and students and will help to connect future apprentices to employment opportunities within the Inland Empire region. Workforce and Economic Development is reaching out to entrepreneurship faculty across the district to offer coaching and technical assistance to young entrepreneurs. This activity is funded by grants secured by the foundation and will include exploration of new district-wide Young Entrepreneurs Network. We continue to work with regional partners on the development of angel investor funding, events and activities, and support entrepreneurship across the Inland Empire. And lastly, as I hold up this plaque, on behalf of the Naval Surface Warfare Center, Corona Division, Commanding Officer Captain Bray Bay presented a certificate of appreciation to the Riverside Community College District's Procurement Technical and Assistance Center in recognition of the program's support in hosting the NSWC Corona Industry Day on August 19th, 2021. Approximately 240 attendees had the opportunity to learn about procurement and contract forecast opportunities with the base, and the event was hosted by the NSWC in the city of Corona. It was well attended, and we were excited to have been able to participate. And that's all I have for you this evening.
All right, thank you very much. And that moves us to Vice Chancellor Few. Is she back there? Oh, good, thank you. Okay.
Good evening. During the month of August, we welcomed 37 new employees to the district. We currently have over 62 active recruitments, and we are continuing to complete the review and verification of the employee vaccine and COVID-19 test records in the Cleared Forward platform. We've also engaged 190 plus employees in the interactive process to determine reasonable accommodations for the district's COVID-19 vaccine mandate. We just concluded the district's annual open enrollment sessions. And we actually had several Zoom sessions that were provided by each of our vendors, and employees have donated close to 700 hours to the catastrophic leave program. The district's negotiation team and CSEA continue to meet for contract negotiations. We also negotiated a safe return fall 2021 MOU with CSEA, which included a remote work provision for classified professionals and extended it to confidential staff as well as the management team members. That process included creating request forms, establishing timelines, and providing information sessions for managers. To date, we've received over 400 requests. Of those requests, 337 have been approved and 85 have been denied. Additionally, during this time frame, we've negotiated or responded to formally 2 MOUs, 4 cease and desist and demand to bargains, and 1 request for information with CSEA. We've also negotiated 1 MOU and 2 side letters with CTA, in addition to a host of other items that require negotiations, such as those that fall within the scope of representation that's not specifically referenced here, such as finalizing a police manual MOU regarding the implementation and effects. We're also coordinating a process with CTA and CSEA to review and provide feedback on the administrative procedures in board policies and Chapter 6. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much. And I believe that follows the Vice Chancellors of I see present. All right, thank you. And that moves us to the presidents. And the presidents are actually a closer, so I can actually see them. So Dr. Steinbeck.
Thank you. Moreno Valley College remains committed in providing a high-quality learning experience for every student while keeping the health and safety of our community in mind. We're offering a diverse mix of instructional modalities and traditional face-to-face, hybrid, fully online courses, as is the case at all 3 colleges. I wish to commend the faculty leadership for ensuring that where feasible, we have courses across the curriculum and our pathways offered in face-to-face, hybrid, as well as the online modalities. We've ensured that our student support services and academic support services are offered face-to-face as well as fully online. We've expanded and extended our hours of operation for library and tutorial services. I'm very proud of our faculty and our outreach teams because 80% of the students who were disenrolled from on-site courses because they did not or could not meet the vaccination requirement to be on-site were, by the end of the first week, re-registered in online courses. The other 20%, we have targeted assertively for Great Week sessions, additional courses that were offered that will begin October 18. We don't call them late start, we call them Great Week sessions. And we based the array of courses in the Great Week session on student survey data. We surveyed our students that were currently enrolled in the fall term, as well as students that had been previously enrolled in the college but had not yet registered for fall. And so we're basing those preferences in terms of their online or on-campus classes for not only the Great Week session, but also winter and as we proceed to spring. And then information is being shared with our faculty leadership to ensure that what we're scheduling in our core academic disciplines and pathways. We have many celebrations. While startup has consumed us, there's much to celebrate. The State Chancellor's Office recently published a report with data from the AB 705 dashboard that shows for Moreno Valley College, we've had over the last 2 years for first-year students, 16% increase in their successful course completion in transfer level English. It's gone from 56% to 72%. And in mathematics, while we know we have a ways to go in that journey, they've still had a 20% increase in student success in transfer level mathematics from 16 to 36%. We're doing a deep dive into the data, and we are also looking at the wonderful project from this summer of the Math Institute. We received notices, as Vice Chancellor Golder has indicated, we've had good news in the grants. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Vice Chancellor Golder and her team because it does together take us all in this village to be successful. We've been notified by the U.S. Department of Education that our TRIO Talent Search Grant has been renewed for another 5 years. And this Talent Search Grant, we were awarded almost $1.4 million over the next 5 years. And this targets 500 students from Valley View High School and Vista Del Lago High Schools, as well as pupils from Badger Springs, Landmark, and Mountain View and Palm Middle Schools. And nearly 70% of the students in this program are first-generation students. And our focus in the programming is on STEM and medical careers. And the staff in our TRIO programs, the staff from the college, but also in the high schools and middle schools, are working with university healthcare systems, as well as scholars from the local universities to encourage students to think about STEM and health careers. We also organize activities for parents. So we take a whole person approach. It's not only the student, but their families. We are tremendously excited about the HSI STEM Grant Award, $5 million over 5 years. The title of this grant is Experiential Learning, Closing the STEM Talent Gap. And Moreno Valley College has been awarded this to expand the programming in our STEM Innovation Center and Makerspace. In fact, we are targeting students, particularly low-income Latino and African-American students, to capture them forever in STEM disciplines. But we are the faculty in English and mathematics and computer science, cybersecurity, as well as biology are involved in this. And we're taking the lab outdoors, but also using XR, which is, let me look it up now. Is a special form of artificial intelligence. I lost my place in my notes, I beg your pardon. But to develop artifacts that are experiential-based learning in the makerspace, but also outside of it. But it will be, we're partnering with UC Berkeley, UC Riverside, and of course, Cal State San Bernardino to develop these artifacts and apply these technologies to real-life problems in our region. I can't wait to see what the faculty and the staff do with this grant. We moved into our Welcome Center, Measure C project. It's a beautiful building inside and out. It increases the visibility for our support services that previously been spread across the campus, some of them in temporary modular buildings. And we're also receiving a lesson in global supply chain and logistics, because some of the materials, particularly the surface materials for the outside of the building, are coming in pieces. So I want to, and not necessarily in the order, it's a puzzle. Not necessarily in the order that they need them to be. So I want to take this opportunity to express our gratitude and deep appreciation, especially to Bart Doring, because I know that Bart has been on the campus at 4 a.m. Since class started. Much of that work has been done at night. So that it doesn't interfere with what's happening on the campus. So it's kind of fun every morning when I drive in to see what pieces of the outside surface are on now, but I can't wait for you to see it. So thanks to facilities, thank you to your team, Vice Chancellor Brown. We have the groundbreaking for another Measure C project, the Ben Clark Training Center's Education Center. That's on October 5, and you should have received your invitations to that. This building is a little bit larger than the Welcome Center. It's 17,000 square feet and some change. This will house all of student services, our academic support services, faculty offices, programming space for largely our EMS program, as well as generalized classroom space. We're very excited about that project, and from groundbreaking to 14 months, we'll be there opening that building. The employees in the Riverside Community College District are known as being innovative, thoughtful people. We see that in our faculty leaders. We see that in our classified leaders. They're recognized statewide for their contributions in meetings, but also just to the profession. And I'd like to take this opportunity. I don't want to steal Jennifer's thunder about any announcements she might make about faculty. I don't know if you have any tonight. I don't want to put you on the spot, Jennifer, but I don't want to steal thunder. But I do want to express to the board that we have administrators that are involved statewide as well for the same reasons that faculty are recognized. Vice President of Student Services, Christopher Sweeten, has been appointed by the statewide Board of Student Services Officers to serve as their representative on the statewide curriculum committee. Jacob Kavari, our Dean of Institutional Effectiveness, was elected to serve as the Vice President of the RP Board, where he is responsible with his team for board development, professional development. And Carlos Lopez, the Vice President of Academic Affairs, continues to represent the statewide Chief Instructional Officers as their representative and co-chair of the advisory for the California Community College's Online Education Initiative. I will close with this, and that is on the board docket tonight. You have approved the retirement of Dr. Melody Gravine. Dr. Gravine served as our Dean of CTE, and since we've restructured in support of faculty and Guided Pathways Framework, has served as also as the Dean of STEM. And she has announced, and now you've approved her retirement. She and her husband are moving to Florida. Now, who moves to Florida during hurricane season? Only Dr. Gravine and her husband, Quince. But she has supported our faculty with their dreams and their vision. She's been a delight. I think that her legacy will live on in our hearts, and the programs and supports and the vision, a realized vision of our faculty at Moreno Valley College. So I thank you. And with that, I'll conclude my report.
Thank you very much. Norco College, Dr. Green.
Good evening. A few areas to report, but I'll try to keep them brief. The California Rehabilitation Center Prison Education Program is returning to face-to-face meetings as of September 20th. We have 18 sections running face-to-face. We have 2 more scheduled face-to-face classes for late start, and 14 courses stayed in correspondence modality for the entire semester. And our admissions and records is working intently on getting those enrollments into the system. We have about 219 students participating in the program this fall, and the sections were limited to 20 students due to classroom space and social distancing requirements at the California Rehabilitation Center. We have over 20 students that have graduated during this past academic year, and we plan to host a CRC graduation ceremony in January 2022 to recognize those students. A former Norco College student, Justin Chong, was accepted to the Navy's nuclear engineering program and was asked by San Diego Naval Command if there was one person who had the greatest influence on him in his pursuit of an engineering career, and he did not hesitate to give his Norco College math professor's name, Professor Andy Robles. So on Friday, September 3rd, the San Diego Naval Command presented Professor Andy Robles with the Impact Influencer Award. Impact Influencer Award, a first at Norco College and I believe within Riverside Community College District. This award is not lightly given by the Command and Commodore of Region West. Captain Anthony Bayugan came personally to present and surprise Professor Robles and present his prestigious award. It's really an exciting opportunity. On September 13th, Dr. Tanisha James and Daniela McCarson provided a presentation on Norco College's special funded programs for the President's Advisory Board. And I just want to share some brief outcomes and program highlights that they shared. Our special funded programs, our equity programs serve a significantly higher percentage of Black and Latinx students. And within these programs, there is a higher rate of full-time enrollment at a rate of 44% compared to 21.5%, 10 to 20% higher persistence rate in all programs compared to the general population, and increased graduation and transfer rates across all the programs, with a 20% higher rate of comprehensive education planning compared to the average college rate. Some program highlights. For Umoja, there's a closure of the transfer level math in guided pathways cohorts for African American Black students with what was called an Umojified statistics course, widely successful. TRIO, our SSS program, has shown higher grade point averages at 3.16 compared to the college average of 2.67. And for Puente, a course rate success 11% higher than that of the general student population at 82.8%. For our Men of Color program that was launched during the pandemic, it is a learning community course, and it serves a diverse male student group that is identified as Latino, Black, Filipino, Chinese, Armenian, Vietnamese, Middle Eastern, and so much more. Very proud of that group starting during one of the most difficult times to do so, and look forward to sharing some good results with you in the future. And another fairly new group on campus is the Women's Lean In Circle, and they hosted a virtual wellness women's conference during the pandemic where over 75 students were participated. And as if you didn't know it already, Norco College is a great college to work for. The college made this list of 2021 great colleges to work for this year for the third time, but for the first time has made the honor roll. And that is a recognition in 6 categories. And the first, compensation and benefits, which is a testament to this entire district, job satisfaction and support, mission and pride, professional development, shared governance, and supervisor department chair effectiveness. So Norco College is indeed a great college to work for. A little update on our Veterans Resource Center. It continues to march towards completion with an expected move of our Veterans Resource Center employees beginning the week of October 18th. So please come by and visit the Veterans Resource Center. It's pretty spectacular. The programming for the Center for Human Performance and Kinesiology continues with the architect engaging our Norco College kinesiology faculty and athletics leadership on the specific needs of the building. Once the programming is complete, the architect team will begin working design drawings that incorporate the programming. And thank you to Vice Chancellor Goldware for mentioning the Norco College Giving Week. We're kicking off our second annual Giving Week on October 4th through the 8th, and our goal is to raise $40,000 for the newly established Norco College Endowed Veterans Scholarship, the first Veterans Scholarship at Norco College, which will support student veterans each year with books, tuition, and living expenses. So this year's Giving Week will feature testimonials of our veteran students, alumni, and donors, one of which is Trustee Hedrick, along with a sneak peek of the new Veterans Resource Center. I invite you to partner with us in sponsoring this event. It's not too late So your support will help to provide the necessary resource for our student veterans needs to attain academic success for all the years to come. So thank you for your support, and that concludes my report.
Good. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Norco. All right, and now we move on to Dr. Anderson, Riverside City College.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Chancellor Isak, members of the public online and in person. I'm going to attempt to keep my report short this evening, and much more background on all of these issues and so many others are available, of course, in the monthly newsletter and in the Chancellor's written report to the trustees. We've heard a lot about our emphasis on safety, and that is the highest priority for the entire administration at the college. And it is also the priority I want to emphasize of the faculty and the classified professionals as well. It's a joint effort to ensure that we're doing what we can for the well-being and safety of our students, our faculty, all of our employees, and everyone who visits the college. And that's building on a year of successful on-campus in-person learning with 0 transmissions. We learned a lot from that, and we're continuing to implement every safety precaution that we can, even as we have over 40% of our classes remaining on campus. And that's a commitment that we have to continuing that balance, and we'll continue that balance going forward. It's also working well online. Just one statistic, and we'll have a full report on some of our English and math successes. We had 1,550 transfer completions in English compared to 1,146 in the previous year. So 1,550 in 1920, which is a 400 plus jump from 1819. In mathematics, we still have some work to do, but still the jump is very significant. From 482 completions in mathematics in 1819, we jumped up to 667. It's a testimony to the English faculty members, the math faculty members, the counselors, the academic support, the tutors, everybody else is contributing to that success rate. Despite lower numbers of students, the completions are continuing to rise. We are maintaining everything virtual that we implemented throughout the pandemic, and then with the return to campus, all of our academic support, our counseling, and all the other student support services are returning on campus. So students are reporting to us very positive reactions that whether they're on campus or in person, many of them are taking advantage of both options to get the support that they need to succeed, and they have what it takes to succeed. It was an all-hands-on effort. Just like the other 2 colleges, we had a tremendous outpouring of support from the faculty, the classified professionals, and the administration. Nearly 150 volunteers in that first week alone, putting in nearly 1,500 hours at the 12 stations to ensure that vaccinated individuals were those able to enter, and others were provided the support they needed to get vaccinated. We're offering 217 short-term classes, start dates throughout this month and the beginning of October, with a fresh batch on 18th of October, which focuses on the core pathways curriculum that students need to succeed. I'm going to provide a long article about all the accomplishments over the past year for the School of Nursing, but just one quick highlight that the Apple Distinguished School, or Apple recognized the School of Nursing as a distinguished school for the 3 years, 2021 to 2024, recognizing the innovation, leadership, and educational excellence uniquely among California's schools of nursing. This School of Nursing at Riverside City College kept open, kept our results, our access, and the success very high. We did receive a number of grants since I reported last, so very quickly, and again, a full report to follow. The Veterans Center of Excellence is a 3-year grant from the National Center of Excellence for $450,000. This will help support the already under the expansion of the Veterans Resource Center that's growing 3 times in size to provide support for our veterans and veteran-associated students. The target opening date for that is January of 2022. We received a Developing Hispanics Urban Institute Title V grant for $3 million over 5 years from the Department of Ed. Proyecto Creación de Comunidad, Project Creating Community. NSF HSI Implementation and Evaluation Grant is $1 million over 4 years from the National Science Foundation. And that's called STEM Equity Through Faculty Innovation. That's focused on faculty development, and it also expands the work that we've been doing in student research. Finally, the fourth one that I want to just mention is the STEM Equity Through Faculty Innovation. It's a Title III grant, again, a 5-year grant, and it's $3.6 million, inclusive opportunities for nurturing STEM success. Mentorship, again, student research, and new knowledge in STEM education. We are recognizing Hispanic Serving Institution Week and Hispanic Heritage Month simultaneously, many activities planned. And it's a real, for me, a heartwarming collaboration with the Associated Students, ALAS, which is the Association of Latino Educators, La Casa, Muse Literary Magazines, and the Equity Committee. We have an art exhibition. The Lowrider Car Show is this Thursday at 10 a.m. Please stop by if you can, and many other activities. Speaking of activities, we are fully open for athletics. We are gearing up to be open for the arts. Of course, athletics already includes some of the arts with the marching band performing on Saturday last week. I spoke with the director, who's just so proud of his students, and the students themselves are so proud to be back in all the different ways that we connect with the community. Finally, in a recent announcement, we were named the best community college in the Best of Inland Empire Awards, and the second best career college in the Inland Empire by readers of the Press Enterprise. It's the second time in the past 5 years for Riverside City College to receive this award. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Great, and so congratulations also to Riverside City College on your acknowledgement. Thank you. And so that moves us into the Academic Senate reports. I can see them because they're right in the front row. So Moreno Valley College, Ms. Lori.
Good evening. Thank you. The Moreno Valley College Academic Senate had their first meeting of the semester yesterday afternoon. Most of the reports were updates and reports from our 6 standing committees of the Senate, and these include academic planning, assessment, course materials, affordability, curriculum, distance education, faculty development, and instructional program review, just to state those. So it was very informative, and it felt like forever since we'd seen each other, so it was very nice to get those updates. While I know that we're all dedicated to improving the process for upcoming semesters, the MVC Senate student representative, as you heard from this evening, but the representative that sits in our Senate expressed similar frustrations related to the chaos of the first couple of weeks of the semester in terms of the registration process, including the dropping and re-adding and the delay in getting them added to the classes, the handling of vaccine verification, and so on. So I felt it was my responsibility to share that with you this evening. I should also add that many faculty also expressed exhaustion with this sort of Band-Aid type of processes that we had to rely on in this first couple of weeks of the semester. That being said, I'm confident that we'll do better in future semesters, and faculty are also eager to hear what we're going to be doing to make sure those processes are handled more smoothly. So they're ready to cooperate, and we're looking forward to the winter and spring. Additionally, we received an update about the development of the industrial automation and commercial driver's license programs that President Steinbeck also mentioned in her report. So that was exciting. And we reviewed and discussed the definition of equity that will be for the use of faculty flex training under the new faculty contract that we have, the 8-hour requirement a year. So all three senates are looking at that, and Moreno Valley did that as well. For the district report, while the district Senate presidents have been very busy, especially in the last month, the couple of weeks leading into the semester and during this semester, we have our first official district academic senate meeting next Monday on the 27th. We don't have a complete agenda set just yet, but we do know that we'll be discussing the reinstatement of the study abroad program, as well as the use of emergency online course addendum, the DX, for winter and spring terms. I know the district curriculum committee, I was able to make it to a little bit of that meeting today where they discussed their recommendation as well. Sure, there'll be other issues that we'll discuss at that meeting on Monday, but I will be happy to report on those at the next Board of Trustees regular meeting. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Norco College.
Good evening. So I'm Virgil Lee. I'm reporting on behalf of Norco College Academic Senate. So our fall semester got off to a good start despite issues around the late vaccination mandate. On behalf of faculty, I want to thank the Norco College administration, especially Vice President Sam Lee, Dean Jason Parks, and Dean Quentin Bemiller for their near heroic efforts to ensure that the semester began successfully. The Academic Senate also approved a prison education faculty coordinator job description. The person filling this position will help oversee the administrative efforts of running the Norco College's educational programs at the California Rehabilitation Center. We're currently seeking a faculty member to fill that position. And finally, I want to express faculty's concern about the inconsistent messaging that's been coming from the district, the most recent example of which occurred just last week, involving the date by which students needed to be vaccinated. These messaging inconsistencies not only reflect badly on the colleges, they reflect badly on the district and the Board of Trustees. In the future, I hope that district leaders will be able to devise consistent and well-defined messages that they're able to articulate clearly to the district's stakeholders. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much. And Riverside City College.
Good evening. Just like to join in my colleagues with their sentiments regarding the beginning of the semester and the inconsistency of messaging. The Riverside City College Academic Senate held a voluntary meeting on August the 30th that was primarily designed to address the issues that we were facing with the reopening of the college. Some of the major issues that came up were the creation of a COVID dashboard, the determination of a caseload tipping point that would prompt us to go to a plan C, kind of like what we did in March of 2020, and the process for accommodating students under the Americans with Disabilities Act. These are things that came up in our meeting. I'm pleased to say, and hope I'm not stealing some of the thunder from President Taube, that the association took up these issues because their work conditions matters and got them resolved. So thank you to the Faculty Association. We had our first regular Senate meeting yesterday, and the things that we discussed then were winter and spring scheduling, what kind of delivery mix we'll be looking at during those two semesters. As President Flurkey pointed out, we're interested in the continuation of DX, which is the Emergency Distanced Education Addendum, and whether that is going to be applied for those two semesters. Our college prioritization process, which will have its first question and answer session this Friday. I am currently acting as the Educational Program Oversight Committee's chair, which we need to get a faculty as soon as possible to sit in that capacity. And finally, we had a very thorough presentation by the LGBTQ Association for Student Support and Equity regarding the state of affairs of our LGBTQ plus stakeholders and the rather immediate need for a center on our campus, something that we'll be taking up in our next Senate meeting, and I'll be bringing back to this body subsequently. In closing, one thing I want to do is thank my colleagues for the comments that they gave tonight during the public comments. A couple of them probably sounded familiar. Joe Scott Coe, James Ducat. They came in back in the fall of 19 and gave a presentation to the board on the MUSE program. Also, I just want to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude for my colleagues for their continued resiliency during this semester, teaching our students and ensuring that we provide our members of our community with the educational opportunities that are the core of our mission.
Thank you very much. All right, that moves us into the bargaining unit reports, and I know that Dr. Taub is back there, so DTA.
Tutorials on how to turn this on. I'm so excited to have a seat.
Is it? Oh, it is. Okay. Yay, perfect. So yeah, I'm very excited to have a seat, not have to saunter up to the podium. So good evening. Thank you so much. This has been an extremely busy semester for the Faculty Association. We've had lots of meetings and several MOUs and additional negotiated items like side letters regarding IFIs, regarding faculty safe return. And we'd really like to take this time to thank the district for working with us on all of these issues, particularly as Professor Selleck mentioned, the COVID dashboard, which provides valuable information at one's fingertips about what is exactly going on within the district. We're still in negotiations for this establishment of the tipping point or the threshold for safety for cases, and we're hoping to conclude this very soon, maybe even this week. And we'd particularly like to thank Vice Chancellor Tammy Few, who has worked diligently on organizing these negotiations, and she's just been a pleasure to work with. And so welcome and baptism by fire here in our district with all this going on. On another note, during a lot of our meetings, we're hearing from our colleagues that their workloads have dramatically increased while they're caring for their classrooms and maintaining their facilities. They're overwhelmed by many of the issues that the Senate presidents have already brought up, but also by maintaining not just their coursework, but arriving to dirty and unsanitized work environments. And there seems to be some lack of communication about this, because there is very few and far between types of cleaning that seems to be taking place, and this is falling on the workload of the faculty, and they're not very happy about this. I know in my own department that this has taken place within our facility and the ceramics area in particular. So we really hope to see this rectified soon. And with that, I conclude my report.
All right, thank you. CSEA? I don't see Elena, but I see an old friend.
No, check. There it is. No, not Elena. This is Gustavo Segura. I don't know if you remember me. I used to work here. Good to see everyone here tonight. I was asked to attend. I know there's some people that are all over the place, so they've asked me if I could come in. They wanted to wake the old bear and have me come out. So, first of all, I want to recognize one of our special groups that I know all of you have used, and that's our IT professionals. Today is National IT Professional Day. It's annually on the third Tuesday of September. Our National IT Professional Days honors the geeks of the world we all rely on to keep us connected. The IT, the information technology professionals, is the unsung hero of modern business. These underappreciated whizzies tackle the obstacles that leave the rest of us scratching our head, whether it be desktops, laptops, mobile devices, applications, servers, networks, databases, or cyber security. IT professionals keep businesses humming. So I want to give a big shout out to our IT professionals who have worked diligently, many times 24/7 these past few months, and helping us keep this district running. So a good shout out to our IT professionals. They've done a great job. I thank you. I'm sure all of you guys thank them for their work that they've done also. Secondly, in our board book, you guys approved some short-term positions. And as you know, many of you board members have known me for many years. I always argue the case about short-term employees and how the district wants to use short-term employees. and how I don't believe that they're following the rules that come along with short-term employees. There is some positions in this month that came forward that are short-term. Once again, seen them year after year after year after year, and every time I bring them up to the managers, they always have some kind of excuse of why they want to use them. So we know we can use short terms, but there is a limit. I mean, short term means short term. Also, third item, the classification study. Can you believe it? Back in August of 2019, me and Elena were here sharing with you our frustrations about this classification study. And guess what? Guess what? 25 months later, it's still not completed. If you can see the grin on my face under this mask. But what I do hear that it's getting close. They're working, but it's still 25 months later and it's still not done. So as you recall, that was August of 2019 when Elena and I were here bringing up our concerns regarding this classification study. Not sure what's taking so long, why it's taking so long, but obviously the board understands that it needs to get done. And lastly, as you all are aware, the negotiating team is still meeting with the district. There's some areas of some obstacles that they're facing with the district currently right now. It's sad for me to hear that the district would be leaning towards trying to eliminate a middle class. I know that we've struggled very hard to maintain some of the positions that we have in this district and to keep that afloat. And I know you guys have a closed session this evening regarding our negotiations, but it's kind of shocking to hear that that's the route they want to go. They would like to eventually eliminate some type of middle class group from this community and from the other communities where all our colleges are at. So with that, I want to say thank you for allowing me to come and speak, and it's good to see everybody. Dr. Issa, haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gus. It's good seeing you always. Student trustee has a question?
Yeah, Mr. Segura, what do you mean by eliminating middle class?
Well, without getting into too much negotiating items here, there are some items that the district is pushing the union to request, which in turn would take our members and provide them with less wages.
All right, so now we move on to business from board members. So I'll start with Trustee Blumenthal.
Thank you. Gus, it's good to see you. First thing I want to do is to thank all faculty, administrators, support staff, and our students for all working together to help reopen our campuses. I am really, really impressed. I know there's been some side issues and so on, but the diligence with which our faculty and our classified staff and our administrators have worked together to try to resolve all of these issues during these uncharted times, to me, has been absolutely amazing. And while I've always had great respect for our district, my respect has gone up 1,000 times. And I want to congratulate everybody on that. I also want to congratulate our Tiger football players. But I think our president failed to mention, and I'm glad you missed it because I want to talk about it, is I was not able to attend either of the two football games in person. However, I had friends who did, who was sending me little shots of everything along the way. On September 11th, it was an away game, and we played Long Beach, and we beat them 24-6. Hot dog, it gets better. The following, this past Saturday, I could not attend because I'm president of the Riverside Philharmonic and it was our opening night. So I couldn't miss that and attend the football game. So I had friends again sending me shots, and we beat Saddleback 39-6. I also, with our band director, James Rosilio, who I have traveled with, and I know Mary has traveled with the marching band. I've spent lots of vacations and lots of weeks traveling with our marching band, before with Gary and now with James. And we got shots of that. And it was just so nice to see them out there again, because this is what so much of it is all about, is watching our students perform. What I also had screenshots sent to me and some videos is at our home game, the attendees who were sitting in the bleachers were all compliant. They had brought in their vaccination cards, they all had masks on, and they were having a grand time, and there was no big complaints or anything along that line. And it was, as we lived through these terrible times, how I think people ought to act, and really enjoying the win that we had. So I give kudos to our football team, to our coaches, to our marching band director, and for the administration for being able to put in the system to be able to validate everything that we needed to have a safe and wonderful football game. And I thank the board and all that we're all doing here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Trustee Hedrick.
Yes, thank you. I have a few items, some from the meeting tonight and some not. So I had an opportunity to attend the foundation meeting this morning. As I think is pretty well known, I'm not a morning person. I was there at 7:33, and by 8:30, I'd say I was awake. It was a fine meeting, but those folks that meet at 7:30, wow, I'm waiting for those 7:30 at night meetings. But wonderful news from the foundation. They had a very successful year, and I'm sure we'll be receiving a report on it. I appreciate all the work that Vice Chancellor Goldware has done, as well as the director, Lana Wilson, and her team. Speaking of her team, though, when I mentioned earlier, maybe there's some creative things that could be done with one-time money. One thing that always comes up at the foundation is, well, if we had a little more staff, we'd raise more money. And I don't know anything about employment rights or the temporary use of temporary employees or whatever. But since that generates money, theoretically, maybe it would be a great time to experiment with some of those excess funds in a one-time way for a year or two. Okay, fine. You always say we can raise more money if we have more staff. Let's assign perhaps a little more staff and see if in fact it raises more money. Perhaps it pays for itself and much more. Anyway, just a possibility that I wanted to put out there. Thank you for the viewpoints. I look forward to reading the articles, scanning it. It looks great, better than the press enterprise, that's for sure. And so I look forward to that. I appreciate the possibility of board invitations to the student governments, whether collectively or at the individual campuses. I think that would be a great idea. I would love to have that. The protocol is pretty much, perhaps I've misunderstood it, but over the last few years, that board members really need invitations to come to the campuses. And so if there's an invitation, I'd love to come. The issue that was raised, however, in the Trustee Harris's report, I would appreciate more information on the online third-party platform issue, because one, I won't make any judgment on it because I'm completely unfamiliar with why there would be a need for that versus the systems that we provide. But if there is a charge for students, it would seem to me that we ought to be picking that up. But I would like to get some information on that issue and how widely it is. And the other issue that was raised during Trustee Harris's report, I think also is worth noting, the consistency in applying policies to students across the district. I mean, that seems to me it ought to be the same in the district. And so if it isn't, perhaps we need to figure out a way to communicate more successfully between the colleges, the administrators who are making these decisions. I'm really pleased that our COVID numbers are so low at the present time. The issue raised by Dr. Taub regarding cleaning, however, is a concern, and I hope that someone will be able to follow up on that and see if, in fact, that's valid and how widespread that is, because perhaps we are short on classified staff, but if that's the reason, then we need to be, looking to hire folks. But anyway, I heard what you said, and Gustavo, when I came on the board at my first meeting in December 2016, the topic, the classification study. And so it hadn't been 25 months, it's been a lot longer than that. And so I hear that there is progress being made. I look forward to that. And what a day of celebration. I think somebody, perhaps the board, needs to supply a cake when that finally gets done. So I look forward to that. I will, just as a personal point, I will be taking part in a University of Redlands webinar on Thursday on critical race theory. I'm a little intimidated. It is 13 doctors and me. And so I will try not to embarrass the non-doctors among us. But it is going to be held online. They've got about 400 registrants right now from all over the country. These are scholars in critical race theory as it relates to Hispanic students, indigenous issues, Asian critical race theory, and disabled students. It's very wide-ranging with experts gathered in a host of areas. Okay, the final thing that I would like to note, I have really tried to live by, if you think you shouldn't say something, don't say it. And that really is my underlying philosophy. However, I can't control myself tonight, so I'm just going to say a couple of things that, because I just need to. When we have our public hearing sessions, I swear, I feel like we ought to have a disclaimer on the misinformation that is coming out of this room by some of our speakers and in the statements that we are compelled to read. It takes about 2 seconds to fact check most of the items that we're hearing. Let me just give two that, I understand religious exemptions, and I also understand that that seems to be about the most abused exemption in the US right now. And it's unique to us, et cetera. You can claim a religious exemption. Oh, it's deeply felt, deeply felt. All these folks have found religion. Okay, that's great. But, the Pontifical Academy for Life, my brother-in-law is a Monsignor, so this one I kind of enjoy. Vaccinations can be used, bishops, right? Bishops and cardinals, right? Vaccinations can be used with a clean and clear conscience and that the use of such vaccines do not signify some sort of cooperation with voluntary abortion. That's the bottom line. There are about 50 things similar to that from the Catholic Church, as well as the LDS Church, various segments of the Jewish community, and a host of others. So you can have an argument that you don't want to have a vaccination, that's fine, but I feel sorry when God gets dragged into it and gets the credit for things that just don't make a whole lot of sense. I appreciated the comments related to CTE and the need to get vaccinated for our students. And at the end of the day, in all of this, I come back to my clear conscience that in most cases, students have an option, and most of our CTE students have an option. It's called get vaccinated, period. And so I'm very comfortable with what we have done. As I said, I feel like we're like Facebook. We ought to have a disclaimer as we read these things. It takes about 2 seconds to read the 251 times viral load. That's a study from Vietnam. No, it's completely misinterpreted. You don't have to go to Snopes. You can do a fast Google of 251 times, and you will find the exact articles on why it's got to do with Delta concentration, but nothing else. And so for anyone who is hearing the statements coming from our dais, please just fact check it. And you should always retreat to, if 96% of physicians are vaccinated, 19 out of 20, maybe they've got something. Maybe they know something that the lay folk have not, that the lay folk don't have access to. So anyway, I'll stop there.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry.
All right, Trustee Vakar.
I'll keep my comments brief here this evening. I know it's been a long night and I'm sure people are tired sitting out there. I want to thank the speakers too this evening for sharing their thoughts. I know there's a lot of controversy, but most importantly, I'm really happy to start seeing our students come back and giving them the opportunity to be able to learn, to be able to continue their studies, to be able to become more productive in whatever it is that they choose to do. With that said, there were some interesting speakers. I think it's just my mask. I'm just tired. I think I've got mask fatigue. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Just real quickly, thank you for the budget update and for passing our budget element here this evening. I think it's really important. The things that we're doing, I think, in our community college are extraordinary. The number of grants that we've received, the way that we continue to push ourselves to different levels in many of our subject matters. We have not sat back. We have continued to be active, and we are producing, and I'm excited about that. Just hearing the report that was coming out of our grants office from many of our presidents and what they're reporting about what's happening on campus, that's just totally exciting. And we're not stopping, which is great. And then I also want to thank my colleagues for the many committees that you're sitting on, and either some of you are actually chairing and participating in those heavy discussions that are happening on a national movement. And I just want to thank you for your time and your dedication. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Alcala.
All right. Like my colleagues, I want to thank everybody just at every level in this district and all the work that you all are doing. Just to hear all of the, how flexible you all have been through it's just unprecedented, with every step of everything that we've done. And everybody here has met the challenge to make sure that we can, meet our students where we need to. So I can't thank you all enough. It's, for me, it's a blessing to work with such a district that, we meet everything, as an opportunity to be innovative and do what we need to for our students, rather than just all kind of like shut down and, kind of throw our hands up in the air and just everybody just kind of puts their head down and gets to work. So I can't thank you all enough for everything that you do. Just a couple things for me. Again, just I guess the part that gets me a little bit is just continuing to hear that there's a lack of consistency in messaging, mostly because I think the 5 of us have asked that happen, that we be consistent in what we are asking or what we're messaging out to everybody. And so to hear that still that is an issue is a little bit troubling, because all of us, I know, do our best to not micromanage, and so trying not to. So I guess, again, my ask is that we are consistent with the message, and that's just the request from this trustee as we move forward. Again, like Trustee Hedrick, I also, would welcome the opportunity to meet with their associate student groups. It's kind of interesting, though, Trustee Hedrick. I just figured I could show up on any college campus whenever the heck I wanted. So I don't see why not. But anyway, that's just my thought on that stuff. And but anyway, the dashboard conversation, again, just in keeping my judgy eyes to myself, the fact that it's taken us this long, that's a whole other conversation. I just look at, school districts across everywhere that have had this for a while. So I'll just leave that there. In continuing the work of just some of the things that I've been assigned to, continue to meet with Trustee Vicar with the Riverside County School Board's meetings. So those are interesting meetings. And then the Stokoe project, we just met today, and it's good to see that project is moving forward. And so I look forward to when President Green and company give us a bigger update, but it just, for everybody here, just know that it is moving forward, and slower than I think some of us would like, but it's moving forward. So, and then last, just wanted to mention, just like Trustee Blumenthal, had the opportunity to attend a couple of our sporting events. I went to the home opener for women's volleyball, and it was great to see everybody just enthusiastic, their families and friends getting to see, their student athletes. And like Trustee Blumenthal said, everybody's following the rules. And so that was great. And then the football games, traveled out to Long Beach to be out there with President Anderson and the team, and, saw that there. And then this last week here, our home opener, I was humbled by you all allowing me to do the honorary coin toss. My daughter really loved being out there on the field. And so that was great. And just one last thing was mentioned with our band. It's interesting. One of the things that I love to do during the halftime is to stream live the performance of our marching band. And I will tell you, when I live stream that just the performance, the amount of people who click on to join my live stream and the number of hearts that happen during that, it's always just great to see that people in the community, they look forward to that. And so I got comments from some folks that were like, oh, we'll have to get out there for the next game. And so the community's out there. And again, we are the community's colleges, and so here we are. And so anyway, I just wanted to share those pieces with you all. But again, thank you for everybody and everything that you do. And that's it for me, Madam President.
Thank you. All right, so just a couple of comments here before we adjourn here. So yes, and to point out to Trustee Alcala, yes, you're absolutely right. You can go on to any of the campuses whenever you want to. It's not like you absolutely need an invitation. I think that the only request is, and you hear it during the orientation when you go to Sacramento, is when you are going to be on campus, let them know. It's just a matter of calling the chancellor's office and telling the chancellor, look at, I'm going to be on campus at this time for this particular reason, or whatever. It's just a courtesy so that they're not caught off guard. That's the only reason that it's said that way. So, but anyways, and with that, I want to thank the college, especially RCC, especially Dr. Anderson, because a couple of weeks ago, the city's International Relations Council had a delegation from one of the sister cities, Cuautla, and they kind of came out, and it was just an impromptu kind of visit, and they wanted to see the college. And of course, they got a hold of me, and I was like, well, the difficulty is because right now we're in the middle of, this situation with, the vaccines and everything, but you can definitely go out there and maybe tour around, drive around, whatever. Actually, they ended up making contact with Dr. Anderson. And actually, Dr. Anderson spoke to them because, of course, he's bilingual and he can speak to them. And they were very much impressed with the college. Dr. Isaac, they were like totally overwhelmed by everything that they saw. I don't know where you took them. I don't know what they saw, but all I know is that I kept hearing about the fact that driving back all the way, and they kept talking about what they had experienced. So we left them with a very, very good feeling. So thank you very much. It was last minute, was not planned, but you did a phenomenal job on welcoming our international guests. So thank you very much on that one. The messaging, yes, definitely. And it may not be micromanaging, Trustee Alcala, but what it is there's actually an accreditation issue with the communication for the college, because several years back during one of our accreditations, as we were starting to actually make each of the colleges independent, the issue of the communication came up during one of the accreditation visits. And it was something that was requested that we take a stronger look at, because of the fact that the three colleges are separated by distance geographically. And they wanted to know, even at that time, how are you going to maintain the communication? How are you going to be consistent with the communication? And again, it is an issue that continues to arise. And it is disheartening to hear our colleagues indicate that there are issues out there because of the communication situation. So yes, and it's not micromanaging, but it is one of our issues that we do have to deal with, especially on the accreditation part. That being said, we do have two closed session items that we're going to adjourn to, but before I read those, I wanted to let everybody know, I need to inform you, because I was thinking one of my other trustees might indicate this, but I need to inform you of the fact that our prior CEO from the CCLC League, Scott Lay, passed away. Yeah, he was 48. They found him deceased in his home. There's no indication at this point how he died, but he was posting all the time to all of us. He used to be the CEO prior to Galizo, and he was there probably throughout most of the tenure that I was on the CCC board. He left, and it's really sad because of all of the individuals that I have known in that position, and Dr. Vire has been in there, all of them have been extremely good advocates for the community college system. And Scott was one of those individuals. He was actually an attorney, but he was very much into politics, very much into politics, even to the day that, you know, he died. He had posted just recently on the governor's race, and I don't think, no, he died before the governor's race, so he didn't get a chance to see that we had actually won. But so, Scott Lay. All right, the closed session. 2 items. 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, action to be determined. And item number 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representative, Waldop Estock Chancellor, Employee Organization, RCCD, California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 535, action to be determined. And so we will adjourn to that. And if I have to come back out, we will come back out and announce whatever decision either one of those two bring forward. So thank you very much, everybody. Have a good evening. But those are the only 2 agenda
Can I ask you a quick question? Do you have an issue that you want to get? Someone brought up an issue. Creating a board policy to faculty administrative. Like, for example, faculty
Test.